She's just excited. Oh my God! Oh!
You know, you can pay me back if it's stuck up. Oh, we won't have anything.
In which?
Mary's in Hello is still trying.
I saw a video where every week the family the song like
I don't blame you, Sensei. Let's hide in here. Let's hide in here. I don't blame you, baby girl. I don't blame you. Yeah, I know you can hear us. You guys can hear us playing with my dog. Can you hear me playing with my dog? Oh, I don't like that picture. You can hear me playing with the dog. God, now the kids are just squeaking the hell out of that toy. Watch him come in here and squeak it. Watch him. God almighty, that was loud. Way loud. I am working on in Canva to create something. Oh, come on. I have grown very fond of Canva. I was kind of nervous about using Canva, but now I'm quite fond of using Canva. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Sensei Leda. In or out, we're not going back and forth. My daughter is here, and when my daughter is here, it's like, yeah, dog wants in and out, in and out. So, oh, that's perfect. Design. Yes, we did. Juror number 4, unless there's another one. Unless there's another one. Is there another juror speaking out? Could there be another jury? Is there a fifth? Is there a fifth? Juror speaking out? I'm trying to find something. I'm doing something. Something that I did for another live I did. Guess I need to do this. Look about the wind. That's not what I want. One thing I gotta say, I think Alec Baldwin looked really devastated. Really did. When he was watching those, it was horrible. I already had somebody get mad that we weren't watching. I'm like, I'm not going to show that stuff. She's younger than me. Poor baby. Okay, of course we're open. Where's the new mention member chat? Great. A lot of y'all been very kind to help me out with letting me know if you can hear me on stream. I don't know how many spoke out at this point already reading something as today. I mean, I can't imagine having a live with knowing your hands. Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. Horrible. Very horrible. So I am trying to create something here. Like that background. I'm creating something in Canva real quick. If you just be patient with me, y'all. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like that better. Oh, I like that. Yep, darker the better. I think I'll go with that. Yeah. This is something real quick. I'll create something a little better. Oh, I know. I just can't believe they're still wanting to continue this with Karen Reed. That just blows my freaking mind. I just blows my mind that they want to do that. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Okay, let's see how this goes. Y'all get to see me working a little bit here in the background. Picture. Add an overlay. Okay, I wanted to do something like I did for the other trial. How's it look? This is what we're here to remember. May she rest in peace. Does that look good, Miss Diane? I think it's time for another cup of coffee. It's almost tea time, so I think I'll just have a cup of coffee instead. I used to have tea time at 4 o'clock every day. No mas. In here. I have hot tea I can put in here. I need to go get it and bring it in here. Right now, I'm drinking this fabulous coffee. You eating popcorn? Oh, look at that gray hair coming in there. Look at that gray hair. I'm getting gray. Natural highlights. I got natural highlights. Sensei, get over here, please. Thank you. And you get to hear my kettle. Tea. I call it my coffee tea. Coffee tea. Oh, let's see. Sensei, they're leaving. What do you think, Miss Diane? Facebook posts? Sensei.
What? Hold on.
You're kind of far away from your microphone. My daughter going in and out. Sensei, stay. That's Sarah. That's not a customer.
Yeah. Her ex. Twitter.
Oh, just get it in general social media.
Yeah. General social media.
Sensei, come, please. My dog is Jack in the Box today, and her and the kitten were playing, and I got to tell you, they almost unplugged this computer. I nearly came unglued.
I have to get mine out of here because they are literally my 2 kittens. They are absolutely crazy in the morning. Crazy.
Right. Okay, dog lover. In all fairness, when I saw you first time on RA channel, I thought you were in your late 30s, beginning of 40s. I'm 53.
Me?
God love you.
I will be 69. My birthday.
I'm 53. I'm not giving your age.
I was 69.
You're 69.
I will be.
Okay. 14, no.
I am old enough to know better and too young to resist.
See, this is what good skincare does to you. And staying out of the sun, not smoking all the time, not drinking all the time.
Don't smoke. Never have.
Good skincare.
Once in a while.
Oh, so they can't hear Miss Diane over the music. Oh, Oh, because she's far away from her microphone.
Yes, I be.
Yes, I be.
Yes, I be.
See, I don't like my microphone in the shot. It da- keep it in the cleavage line. So what do y'all think? Do y'all like seeing my setup?
I do.
Like Mr. R.A.?
I do. I really want to get with Braxton about my camera. Took my walk again this morning. That's 2 mornings. That's good. Who's Mr. R.A.? Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Nope.
So I have to have this camera to hear me.
Yep.
Ooh, that's something I got to fix. Cameras.
I got to put some face on.
Oh, dear.
Let me put some face on right quick.
Now I've changed that. Does that sound different to you now that I changed it?
No,
Am I okay?
can't hear you.
Okay.
Now I can. Nope.
Okay. Now you.
Now I can. Now I can.
Careful.
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Yep.
Now you hear me.
Now I hear you.
Now you cannot.
Talk.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yep.
Now you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to switch.
Nope. Nope. What? Nope. You've gone away. You've gone far, far away.
add to stage.
Yep.
Okay, extra camera, GoPro webcam. Okay, that one does not have a microphone. Okay, that's okay. I got it.
You got it figured out. I said you got it figured out.
Yeah, but I don't know why I don't have microphone on this camera. I should.
How's my camera? How's my light?
Say that again.
How's my light?
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. So I just gonna have to keep me split for now until we figure that out. I can have all three, but the camera, this one here, I gotta figure out how to get the sound hooked up with that, but that's gonna be a later issue.
That's a
That will be a later issue.
Yeah.
What have I not read? Mod Corner.
Let's see.
So I just learned something.
You did?
I can run a live 24 hours if I want. However, if it goes to 6 hours, I can't edit it later. Should something happen and I need to edit it, i.e. copyright infringement or something like that. So the important thing is I got to end it before like 5:50 and then restart it so I can edit it later, which is important.
Yeah.
Because if for some reason there's a copyright strike, I can go in and edit that section out and still maintain my monetization. By the way, I want to thank those who were so kind to, so very, very kind to give me some super chats. I think that's what we call them. And I really appreciate that so, so very much. That is so very kind of you. Just so kind. Oops.
I do understand.
Nope, that's not what happened? I accidentally deleted it.
I understand that too.
Well, we can also do that. Buy Me Coffee is for our interpreter, y'all. Bless her, please. She needs to be blessed. She is doing this at no charge right now. She is professional and she's volunteering her time. And so to me, it's very important that we support her.
Yeah, because what comes in is going to be set aside to pay for your glow.
Shh.
I know. Nobody will read that.
You never know when someone's listening.
Yeah.
True.
Very true. Very true. At this point, Jesus doesn't need to take the wheel. He just needs to pull over and spank some of y'all with his flip flop.
Who looks? Oh, it looks like Diane is floating heads and arms. Diane's in the heavens. One of my favorite pictures of me is I was in a black turtleneck, black felt hat, black background, and I have my tiara on the hat. Rodeo type queen, but I was Miss Daughters Republic of Texas, and it just looks like my head and crown. It is so beautifully done.
Yeah. Ooh.
People don't realize is if you are of light skin color, you wear dark clothing. Oh, Zach, you're so sweet. The last one? I don't ever expect any, and multiples are huge. So this one will go to Miss Diane. But If you're a darker skinned person, you wear lighter clothing. You need the contrast. And you don't want to be wearing what I have on. So when I go to interpret, you see, I put that black thing on. It's hot because it's like a coat, but this is too busy. Zach, you are too kind. Oh my gosh. What am I going to do with you? You are so sweet. You're so sweet, Zach. I appreciate that so very much. Oh, we appreciate it so very much. You are so awesome.
Walter, the ex, he's decided the last few nights he's going to cook. He does not cook as well as he likes.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, babe.
Walter, the
Adam.
ex, the last few nights he's decided he's going to cook. He does not cook as well as he thinks he cooks.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like, you know, his thing is, you know, if I throw enough cheese on it, it'll be good. It's like, no. No. So it's like, no. And it's like, well, I can just cook chicken. Have you got this and this and this and this? You know, I'm like, well, if you're going to cook, you need to buy all the things to go with it to cook it appropriately. Just because you have bought chicken or a cabbage, you're supposed to buy everything to go with it to complete the meal. He hadn't figured that out.
You're not nice. You just like to. Oh my gosh, Zach. Wait, we'll start at the top.
This is the last one.
Okay, this is the last one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait. Maybe
No.
this one. One for Diane and one for you. One for the puppy dog. Oh, that is so sweet.
Yes, yes.
Well, we do have a puppy cup fund for the puppy dog.
Oh, absolutely.
So what I do is I take everything and I give part to Diane. I'll be part for Miss Kevin, part for me, and part for the puppy dog.
Yep, somebody gets a little bit of all of it. Oh,
The kitty cat is back to normal by the grace of God. She was, do you know when they're starting to cross over? They kind of get real stiff.
yeah,
They get real sunken in.
yeah,
And the eyes stay just like this.
yeah.
That's where she was. I didn't expect her to survive. And now she's running all over like everything's fine.
Oh, that's great.
So, guys, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to the little girl's room. I'm going to leave her.
Up. You're going to leave me up.
Why did I even think that they would be still not ready? This judge is hurry up and wait and chop it off as soon as it's time.
Yeah.
Oh, dog lovers hitting on you, Miss Diane.
What do I do for a living, Diane?
You're seeing it.
Yeah, this is what I do all the time. I am a certified interpreter for the deaf. If they need it interpreted, I interpreted it. In fact, I have one lovely individual says I'm an interpretator. And I'm constantly going interpreter. And they go, no, you're my interpretator. I'm like, okay, I'm your interpretator. Hey.
And my hearing aid's disconnected. Diane, you are dark. Is it a round light?
How's that?
See, when you come back, you're dark again.
Let me.
You might need. We're going to work on that.
How's that? Be better?
We'll see.
Well, it's
Better. Yeah.
I just when I sit back,
But that's better.
I pulled my monitor closer. But now I have to remember to keep my hands up.
I wonder where Miss Kim.
And if I turn my overhead on, I'm way right. It doesn't work.
Miss Kevin, I said they'd probably be back at 3:15, and they still won't be back. Yes, they do run late. This is what I hate. I hate it when they put. I just think it's. I know you got to find something to watch, but don't put it in the family's faces. That's just plain rude. Okay, if you put it on him, he's the one on trial. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this trial lays out. I do not feel this first actual witness was any help at all. I think that was just absolutely stupid. Asking him questions that he is nowhere near qualified to answer is beyond me. And they knew it, and nobody objected. Why? 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 I don't know. Gosh almighty. Yeah. Oh, wrong place. Oh. I love it when people send me pictures of their babies when they're sleeping. They're so beautiful and peaceful and so sweet. Then they wake up.
Yeah.
I loved it when my baby woke up. I don't know what we're fighting about, but it's important. But I loved it when my kids, woke up. They were just I love that little stretch and that little wiggle they do, and my daughter's I could tell by her movement of her toes as she's waking up whether she was gonna be in a good mood or bad mood. My son wasn't as expressive. I don't know what they're fighting about, but I can't wait to get my hands on the, um, transcripts if they make them available.
We see. We see, said the
They
blind man.
still arguing. This judge doesn't seem very happy with these two attorneys. She's putting her hands up. That body language is kind of defensive.
I think
She was really snippy. I don't know. She was snippy during the motions too. I think she's just fed up with the entire. This is the second case. First was Hannah Gutierrez, now this one. And they think that because they did it that way in Hannah's, they can do it this way here. And that's not the case. You can't carbon copy a trial. So it'll be interesting. I wonder who all these people are in the background over here. Okay, let's get some court on. Come on. I'm ready for some trial. I can believe they got a picture of Alec Baldwin almost falling asleep.
Yeah.
It is hard. It's exhausting.
Mhm. It's like interpreting in a hospital. It is exhausting.
Yep. His wife just went, turn around. Here, look. We'll go back a few seconds. Let me see if I can skim it a few.
Which one is her?
The wife is this one right here. They got 7 kids under the age of like 10,
Well,
12. I don't know. They got a little one.
Don Moen.
Yeah. What? I don't know is what she said. Turn around. Look at him shake his head. And she just goes,
We know who runs that family. Gee,
Gee.
4, 5.
Well, he's like 30 years younger than him.
Well,
I'm sorry. That is funny.
here comes her Jolie. We
I
learned
gotta
that
do that. My right finger with arthritis doesn't want to do that so well. The left one's great. The right one, not so much.
oh, well, let's make me
Oh,
not
yes, he was pregnant when this happened. Yeah,
Oh,
I think so. Can't believe they have 7 kids under the age of like 10, 11.
how's the
Yeah,
light?
better. Thank you.
Made it smaller. When I fill my screen, it makes me dark. And I have to brighten me up.
Okay, here we go. Afternoon.
At this time, we would move Defense 8 into evidence, which is the...
Dude, I'm all the way up.
Okay, is your witness going to recognize it? Or is it by it's by stipulation?
Right.
Okay.
Can you hear that okay, Diane?
And if we could just, so that the jury...
Is it
can
too
see,
loud?
Page 6, if we could just publish it to the jury.
States. But defendant's 8, is that 8? Defendant's 8 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to be. Ooh, is that. Am I hot?
Not to me.
Okay, just to me. Okay.
Yes, we filed our exhibit list first as.
Okay, so you do letters.
I can't hear him.
I can hear them now.
That's on their end. I got it boosted 100%. Or did they mute? No, they muted. Okay, we're back. Tell me if this is too loud on y'all's end. How is the sound, Miss Kevin?
Okay, and is this page, I can't see the page at the bottom. Is this page 6?
I am fully boosted,
Okay. And
600%.
do you see how it says accident, accident, accident? I can touch it? Oh, accident. Yes, sir. Okay. And then I would ask, the 911 is exhibits 9 and 10, which is now I and J, exhibits 9 and 10. That was entered into and played at opening by stipulation, and I'd asked to play and enter them and play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
I and J, which are, again, the 911 calls?
Yes.
Why are they two
It
exhibits?
just splits because of the EMS. It's the same
Okay.
employee.
All right, so upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, go ahead.
Thank you. Can we turn the volume up?
You may publish.
This is 911, what's the location of your emergency? We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots out on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Okay, send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't hang up. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? No, Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately, okay? This fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions, this motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my table and yell at me? He's supposed to check the guns. He's responsible for what's happening. Now, Mimi? No. I'm a script supervisor. How many people are injured? 2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
That's a few F-bombs. I think I'm demonetized by now.
He, the first assistant, was supposed
Thank
to check
you.
the gun. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection. And this is November 30th, 2023, your pretrial interview, Officer LaFleur. And I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Your Honor, and again, Mr. Spiro is testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is and then move away.
Jeez. Am I hot? Okay. Don't let me know if I'm too loud.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
So it, and I'm just going to take this back. It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like and appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was
Objection, Your Honor.
the way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
He can't read it. He can't read it, Ben. That's a no. I hate it when my hearing aids do that, and then I start stuttering. That's a no. We can't do that. He needs to give the document to the witness and tell the witness where to read.
As I was walking back, my question was, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And so it is it in fact true that in your
Yeah, he
earlier
lost.
statement, you said, and it came in like and appeared to be what the dispatch said it was, an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any, I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you also whether you remembered receiving any information as to the ammunition, whether they be prop or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recalled Duran Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay coming in. Can we approach? I don't know what to do.
Oh my, ever loving Lord. Really? Really? This is insane, y'all. This is what a question if you don't know audio terminology. Okay, that's what I mean. Hot means, am I too loud? I cannot gain up the court anymore, but I can gain me down. Let me see if I can get the court feet. Do I need to gain the court feet louder, Miss Dog Lover? Because right now I can gain it up about 50% more. Is it real soft, Miss Diane? Okay, we'll see how that is. But gee gads, what is up with, I mean, it's like she doesn't want him to try his case. She is constantly interrupting him. And I understand he was doing a no-no. He is not asking it appropriately. We get that. We get that.
As I was saying, officer, did you learn at the scene whether or not Sarah was going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got there? Did you learn that information? Do you recall?
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which part, which
Sure.
person said what.
Sure. And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him this lapel recording.
Yeah, this is true. I'm trying to lower my mic, actually. Trying to get a better balance.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Get back to the mic before you ask a
It
question.
appears it's a recording type out of what my body worn camera recorded, yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
Nope.
To be honest, it's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
Okay.
Okay.
You also testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not see him pull the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you about one other thing we talked about this morning. Was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Meaning, are you going to
Sure.
change your answer?
Do you think it's a fair, honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. I was on my bad.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
To an extent, yes.
You were the first officer on scene.
Yes.
And you did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Canal.
Yes.
Okay. And he interviewed those witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he's testifying for the state in this case?
Objection.
I don't know.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ignore the question.
That was a no-no question.
Non-answer, or if we got one.
Do you know how the live bullet got on set?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Redirect.
Cross-exam.
Or cross-exam.
Can I use the Elmo, please? You know what? Let me do this. Where is the defense exhibit DX?
That's H. This is H, yes.
Okay.
I just have to relabel them.
Okay.
They should relabel them, not you.
There are 3 copies? Are we
Yes, I
admitting?
just gave us extra copies.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, let's back up a little bit, okay? Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview. So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
May I?
He seems like a lost puppy.
Let me know.
He really looks like a lost
Officer,
puppy.
when was your pretrial interview?
In May.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and
Uh,
maybe somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
Yeah. It was a female.
Okay, so just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
And they got to ask you almost all the questions, isn't that right?
Yes, if I can recall, the state didn't have anything to ask.
So the prosecutors didn't ask you a single question.
Not that I can remember, no.
Do
I'll put
you
a poll up,
agree
Al.
with the defense attorney's assertion this morning that somehow you were coached to give your testimony?
Can you rephrase that question?
He's objecting to the word assertion, I believe, so why don't you rephrase it?
Did Mr. Spyro indicate to you on cross-examination did he attempt to imply that the prosecution had told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like he asked if I was coached to know my testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
I believe involuntary manslaughter.
Is involuntary manslaughter an intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the New Mexico State statute.
Are there criminal offenses that are intentional homicides?
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
Officer
Y'all
LaFleur, when you are speaking to a witness, when you were in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And what do you do when you collect the driver's license? Do you run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license in the state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes. It appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted and the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact exactly what it stands for, no, but it's a reporting system that we use. The dispatches us through. And
So this is this a dispatch log?
yes.
This guy's like pulling teeth.
Thank you.
Guys, there are 30 that I can count online airing this trial live. 30. Not including me.
Sorry, I know that's getting smaller and smaller, but I'm not sure what to do.
You won't help me out.
Do you see, no, it's not quite there yet. At the top of the page, do you see number 16? And there's a 16 and then there's a parentheses.
Yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
Well, that's okay. Does this have anything to do with the incident involving Ms. Hutchins?
No.
So I want to take you down here to number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
It says non-commercial class, code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
No, that's the return. It came back for a driver's license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Let's go down to number 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Accident quantity.
Keep reading.
3, withdrawal. It looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
And look, I want you to look down here at number 21. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Of alcohol or drugs.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Let's jump down to number 26. 6, what does that say?
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
Go ahead, sir.
Says drinking and driving at .0.
Did you read it all?
Yeah, per se, I think that's what it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at .0. I think the next line is the blood alcohol content BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
Let's have a look at page 5. Do you see up here number 23?
23 is cut off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah. Of alcohol or drugs.
Was this an incident that was related to alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
It says accidental quantity 0 and then withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Why are we seeing that language?
It's
Why are you hammering this?
the NCIC return gives our CAD. As you can see, it's all within the same 1/10 of a second. So it's generated by the computer system itself.
So I've now turned the page to page 6. Do you see 10 there where it says 10 parentheses?
Accidental quantity 0 withdrawal.
Is the word accident reflective of Ms. Hutchins being shot on accident?
No.
I can see why people are wanting to fall asleep.
Is the word accident in that report? Does it appear anywhere where it's talking about what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here, it's just a bunch of returns.
Thank you for your time, sir. I don't have anything further.
All right, thank you. This witness is excused. Next witness.
The state calls, I'm sorry. Were you?
We would now move to page 14 of that exhibit.
Who are they calling next? I couldn't hear it.
Man, come over here.
We're going to do a quick swoop-de-doop so I can timestamp this. Another sidebar. I know. Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state calls Timoteo Benavides.
You're correct, Miss Diane. She was asking about the phone call where they said that the caller said it was an accidental pow-pow with a prop lead shooter.
Mr. Judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law?
Sorry, Major.
Sorry,
What's going on?
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Benavides. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name's Timoteo Benavides.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was day shift commander, which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
I'm pretty much in charge of the county on what happens and responsible for the deputies that are working.
On that date at approximately 1:48, did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call for service about?
The call of service was on a movie set for an accidental shooting.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was located at the Bonanza Creek Movie Ranch.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
It is in Santa Fe County.
Okay. In New Mexico?
In the state of New Mexico, yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Okay. Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what you observed?
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LaFleur was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Darrete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other first responders present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, there was. There was already medics on scene when I arrived.
Were you wearing your police uniform?
I was in full uniform, displaying my badge of office at the time.
And were you equipped with a lapel camera?
Yes, I was.
Are you familiar or were you familiar with how your lapel camera works?
Yes.
And how does it work?
As soon as I activated my lights and sirens, my lapel goes off right away, and it starts recording from as soon as I activated my lights and sirens.
And how long does your lapel camera record?
It records until I stop it or until it runs out of battery.
And how does your video that's captured on your lapel camera uploaded? How's it preserved? Do you know?
Yes. At the time it's uploaded, we as deputies, we don't have no control how we show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
Okay. On October 21st, 2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
When I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said that they.
Let me pause it there. Is that your lapel camera video, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to forward it. How long does it take you to drive? How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
Too
I'm gonna
long.
fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Gonna be on route to Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest. One shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach. So you have 2 victims up there? 2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I've fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me.
We're going to secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items, and there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean, I couldn't distinguish who it was. It was actors, it was film personnel, bystander. I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty. I'll see if. Yes, I already called for them. All right.
Welcome, Miss Colleen. Beautiful sky. Look at that. That's a good quality image compared to the other one. Ooh, maybe not. Not all blurry. You're going to get back in. There we go.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LaFleur started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had two victims, Helena and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set. And it was now a crime scene. We had to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know I let Corporal Aldaleta know to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the.
Can I pull these guys down, get them the hell with the helicopter?
Yes, please.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out, and then I asked Corporal Aldaleta to start taking pictures.
Did you ask for anything else?
Not that I recall.
I can't do it, guys. Sorry. The guy in the blue shirt is a director.
But the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does
Thanks,
the little
Andrew.
stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
Because I didn't need the gun going off or getting used again on somebody else.
And did
It's
you find the gun?
evidence.
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armorer.
Props guy out.
I'm sorry, no, you have a job? We need to make sure that they.
Yes, they're taking care of business.
Yes.
What else do you need there, Chief?
Where's my radio? It's just here. Thank you.
Cleared the gun. Where is it?
You got the cleared gun?
Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge, to look for the gun.
And did you find it?
I did not find it there.
There's one there and there's one there. That's none of them. That's not. Okay. I need to know where it is.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor?
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Yes, Your Honor. I would move into evidence 7 and 8, but I'll publish in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
That makes me dizzy.
Where are you going now?
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, ma'am? I need to know where the guns are right now.
Armor, I need to know where the guns are at. Right there. Right there.
Those two women that you just saw, the one standing, walking with the hat to the right, just out of scene, and the one that had the mask, they were apparently some boss or some kind of
That is Hannah Gutierrez.
authority.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
And what did you understand that revolver to be?
To be the revolver that shot the projectile into these two victims.
May I have a minute, Your Honor, to bring up Exhibit 6?
Okay. Are you going to put gloves on? Are they gloves laying with it? I think there are. This thing's been handled so many times. I pray they don't have that old guy come on that pointed the gun at the judge.
All right.
With Hannah
State's Exhibit 6 is
Gutierrez's
gonna be handed
trial.
to
He
you, Mr.
literally
Hernandez.
aimed it at the judge. I mean, it was insane.
put on
And
some
the
gloves and just
bailiff
open it
pointed
and
it down for him. I was like,
what's in State's
oh my
Exhibit
God.
6.
Well, we'll talk about it again, Colleen. Basically, the fourth juror validates what A, B, and C have said, and that they were all upset when the judge just declared a mistrial and had them leave when they were under the impression that there were 2 charges she was acquitted of. So, yeah, the jurors aren't happy about that. They could not come to agreement on charge number 2 on the Karen Reed trial. But charges 1 and 3, they found her not guilty, and the judge did not declare that and just declared a mistrial. Doop, 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 doop. Come on, dude. He's ready. Come on. You got 2 weeks for this court case. Come on. Oh, we're going to go 8 weeks if it goes this slow. Really? Are you going to drag this out so the defense doesn't have much time? Question. Curious. Maybe a little. I have a light shorting out over here. Tag nab it. I wish I could just speed ahead. I want the music that we have for Jeopardy, but I can't play it. I can do this. Yeah. Stretch break. Everyone stretch. Roll the head. Pop the neck. Yawn. Wake up after lunch sleepies. Really? I'm surprised the judge is not getting all over them on this. We're going to have a sidebar. Oh, sidebar. I don't know what they're arguing over. It's the weapon. It's not anything that's an argument. I cannot believe that we actually have over. I did another count with another channel. We have possibly
Correct me if I'm
over
misstating,
40
the video
lives
does
go
not
about
have the
this
time of
today.
day on it, so they're going to elicit that from the witness, okay?
Oh. So you have a problem with your exhibit? Yeet the exhibit. It is not properly documented. You must yeet the exhibit.
Let's go back, Mr. Benavides, if we could.
Do we know what the word yeet
Do
means?
you recall approximately what time it was when you actually
Throw
arrived
out,
on
kick
scene?
out.
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T.
For the record, I think it's now H.
For the record, he's supposed to change his gloves now because he handled something
recognize
other
that?
than the weapon.
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
Well, if you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
Yes.
Your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
All right, if I can take that one. What time did you arrive on scene?
2:20.
All right, and would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens. So when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Okay.
And so you had testified earlier that this woman with the multicolored hair was the armorer and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's Exhibit 6 and I'll ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
I took custody of it from her and I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the marked sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. I haven't tendered 6 because we have other witnesses. whom we're gonna
Okay, so
tender
7, and I thought you had 7 and 8 that you were
7 and
gonna.
8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but, okay, those were admitted, now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's on the screen there, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a gun that's in front of me, and this is the gun that the armor Hannah Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
It was the most secure spot that I had control over at the time.
Okay. And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
I locked I locked my unit, and nobody entered it except for me because I'm the only one with the key.
Where was State's Exhibit number 13 taken? Where was this gun when this photo was taken?
From the passenger side of my unit.
Okay. Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid, and the scene was so active. I put it there. It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open it, open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Did you do anything else to the gun?
I did not.
Okay. To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun in your patrol car?
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah. I put her in back of my unit and I told her she wasn't under arrest. I kept the door open because the detectives needed to speak to her.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted. Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when you were directed to it?
My first lapel video where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart that he was talking about.
And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had she directed that the ammunition was there, so there was a gentleman that offers his services because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
In the Hannah trial, they really struggled with this witness on the part of where the cart was, because the cart was moved by a person who was not with the police department or the SO. So he really struggled with that because his lapel camera was facing one way, and he says his head was watching the guy. And so this was a very big bone of contention with the Hannah trial. Let's see where they take it.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it used in the church.
Is there another reason why you moved it to the front of your patrol car?
To keep an eye on it, to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Was anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, a dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Okay. Why not collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish on? Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Loose ammunition, gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Counsel, do you want to see it?
No objection.
May I, Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 9?
Yes.
May I publish? Do you recognize that? It's State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see there?
There's car keys. There's loose ammunition.
Okay. And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
Like I said, I kept it in front of my unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out as in film.
Is that what we saw, the yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
But yet you stood there and allowed one of the men to pick up stuff from the cart by reaching over the tape. You're acting like this was secured. It was not. And it was challenged in the last trial. Let's see if they go there.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
You testified that you observed some rounds. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish on?
Yes.
I move into evidence State's Exhibit 10.
Yes, you may publish.
Do you recognize those 2 rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12. Thank you. What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those boxes and not the other stuff on the cart?
The armor, Hannah, she pointed those out, and those were the ammunition used for the gun.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish.
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 12, Mr. Benavides?
They are a close-up of the 2 white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Did you then turn these over to someone else, these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that you had placed Ms. Gutierrez in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we're seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong copy.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said 2. No. What else did you? Where are they at?
I don't know if it's being safe.
What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back. And I apologize. It looks like the audio is a little behind the video.
Where are they at?
What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
You have those rounds I gave you? Are they? Who would you give them to? Yeah,
Is that when you secured the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
Hey, Santa Fe, we need more units out here.
I'm not gonna sign it out. Oh my God.
What is happening right now?
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Are these around here?
Okay,
Yeah, around here.
okay, now, so this is the one I'm pretty sure about. This is that's the one. And okay. Sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
So scared.
Just relax.
Okay, I have to stop right there. This man has declared this scene a crime scene, right? Why is he permitting her or the other man? Oh, I can't handle hearing myself. That's echoing. Why is he permitting Hannah Gutierrez, the other man, and the other woman to touch and move things on the cart? That is wrong.
Okay, you go right there. You go right there, okay? Relax. I just need you to.
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you could see, she's upset, visibly upset, and she's showing me where the rounds are that were used.
And was it the same rounds that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her? No, the helicopter's here for her. Yeah, the helicopter's here for her.
Where the fuck are these injuries? Is she okay?
What other involvement did you have in this investigation, Mr. Benavides?
That's all the involvement was, just trying to control the scene and taking care of Hannah and taking care of the evidence.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay, we have a sidebar. They did not show as much as they did in the Hannah Gutierrez trial when it comes to the video with the three of them and the cart with the lead shooter laying on it. People were picking things up and moving things, and he did not stop them from doing that. But yet, he's saying, on the other hand, that it was a secured scene, that the lead shooter was in his car, that was not correct. In the other trial, we see a whole lot more video.
Mr. Benavides, do you know where the gun was from the time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that it was given to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
And do you know who handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that it was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handing it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Really? How many moments do you need?
Mr. Benavides, and you can take those gloves off if you want to keep them on.
I would wait with those gloves because the defense may have something to ask about that lead shooter. He's showing her photos that he's going to use for her to agree or not agree
Good afternoon,
on.
sir. Good afternoon. You know, when you get to this scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the cart that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7, and if we could publish that when we can in a moment. But fair to say that the cart was sort of disorderly, right?
Oh, it was a mess.
Okay. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got there, right?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the prop cart, you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay. And you left those firearms and you left them there and you went to do what you did next, right?
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, in a typical homicide scene, right, you probably wouldn't be walking away from all sorts of, you know, firearms, but this was a movie set, right?
That is correct.
And an empty prop gun without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody, fair?
I do not know, but
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, an empty gun, a completely empty gun, isn't going to hurt anybody, true?
a complete, yeah, of course.
Right, so I think you fixed it. Sustained and you fixed it.
You know, and then you go back to the armorer, and she hands you the firearm, right?
Yes, they direct me to the armor because I didn't know who the armorer was, and they directed me to her, and I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today, right? You've got purple gloves on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way, if you don't want to keep them on.
I didn't know if you wanted to see the gun or not.
Okay. I don't have to see it, right? But the reason I'm asking this is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
Correct. I said that.
And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could. Fair?
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swabbed the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever swabbed the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
So there was a question posed to you about, you know, the prop gun when you got it was empty, fair?
Yes, when I cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
But you don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
Just a question. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any of their names to this date, other than the victims.
That's
do you
fair.
remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back at the cart?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you don't know as you sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety at the set?
Yeah, I don't remember. No.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that, but while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes,
There?
from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you've said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
No, not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. There were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart. Fair?
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition. True?
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and picked one up and showed you one was this and one was that, right?
Yeah, he explained.
I said it.
Which, it didn't, register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for, I guess.
And if I could just show
Over the yellow tape.
Okay. If I could offer, I don't think I can do this. If I could offer states 26, or should I make it?
We have no objection to admitting our own exhibit, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit states 26.
States 22.
26, Your Honor.
All in favor, say aye. Why is this so hard? They're struggling with this.
Do you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if you look sort of in the middle section, the 2 and 2, the 2 and the 2.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives by looking at them?
I do not.
We can take that down. Where was the backup? You're talking about a lot in direct about how, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's in more, reinforcements, sir, so that you didn't have to try to manage all of this.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LaFleur was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque. And he was coming into work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there was only 3 of us, and the rest were northern part of the county and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups for the state police, right?
I did.
And they, that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have, I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and it was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and assumes facts not in evidence.
it's a proper question, obviously, because I'm asking why the backup didn't come and if he knows that.
Y'all, come on. We need some spice. Some days are more boring, and other days are a lot more exciting. I think today is going to be a boring one. Boring one. It's weird hearing yourself at a delay. Very much so. So maybe I'll just turn off my voice. Then I hear nothing at all. Then it's even weirder. But anyway. Y'all. Ooh. How many objections are we up to today? I'm keeping track of all the objections. I've got a little counter button.
And he can rephrase. Thank you.
Sure.
Everybody looks so bored and tired. They're like,
Disregard
come
the
on.
question and the answer.
It is
Thank you.
move on. Is today hump day?
They didn't come, right?
Yes.
And that would have been your supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No.
Yeah, I'm asking.
No.
Whether or not that request went to the cities.
No.
That wouldn't have been your supervisor's call?
That wouldn't have been my supervisor's call, no.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that then it's clear for the members of the jury, you later learned that cart that we're looking at rolls up and goes into a prop truck that housed the rest of the firearms and ammunition.
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
I did not know that. I did not.
No, I know you did. I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay, and speculation.
I think that's the answer. Didn't you just ask that question?
I can just move on to another if he doesn't know. Okay. But fair to say, law enforcement wanted to find the origin of the bullet that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
My personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So, I mean, you wanted to, as I think you testified direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr. Baldwin in a police car, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I try to listen to them, yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out if it was a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
You understood from meeting with the detectives that they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
So you agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement. Yes.
Okay. You don't know how the live bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it.
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, thank you. Mr. Benavides, you were shown State's Exhibit 26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
I do not.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection. Also speculation.
Well, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor, was it in a visible place?
Objection. Vague. Unclear.
Well, why don't you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it
Yes,
to
sir.
front of my unit,
Yes,
it
sir.
stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, you were shown photos of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7, if I may. Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Did you have any reason to believe that was a fake gun?
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
No.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr. Baldwin?
No. I believe Deputy LaFleur asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons?
She has not asked the question yet. So
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Spiro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LaFleur had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
May I have a moment here?
excused. All right, we're going to take our bathroom break. We'll be back at 3:15. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We are in recess.
Oh, recess. Oh. Oh, wow, y'all. Okay, let's get some wake up music. Okay, so she did bring up the situation with people handling and touching the gun on the cart, etc. So that was a good thing. But there's so much that they're not talking about in this trial. I think keep it simple is better for the prosecution. We have something that just popped up in one of our feeds, and I lost it. Starliner astronauts trapped in the ISS. Another Boeing disaster. There are 2 astronauts stranded in space right now. Another Boeing problem. Oh my gosh. That's horrible. Pray for their safe return home. Okay. Oh gosh, y'all. It's one of those days. I did a poll, and it was how many objections will the prosecution have today? 1 to 20, 12%. 21 through 40, 37%. And 40 or more, 50%. We are right on number 20. So if you voted for 1 to 20, we just hopped out of that category. Oh my gosh, quit yawning. Everybody, quit yawning. It's so hard. I've given up sugar, and right now I want a piece of Ghirardelli chocolate, dark chocolate. Uh-oh. What is she saying? Okay, turn the mic on. What?
I said have some coffee, no chocolate.
I've had too much coffee.
Well, then have some water. Have an apple, have an orange, have a banana, have a grape.
All right. Any one of those items you suggested might kill me?
Well, apple. You can eat apples.
Can eat apple. Can't eat orange. I'm allergic.
Orange. Can you have bananas?
I did have a banana.
Very
Oh, look at my puppers. She's at my friend's house.
What about grapes? Can you have grapes?
I can.
Okay, good. You should have frozen grapes
Why?
because they don't eat so fast. They will help satisfy you.
I didn't know grapes could eat. Where's their teeth?
Oh, well, no, it's just that you put them in your mouth and they're really cold and they just bite you inside. They just eat you up.
I'll go grab a snack. I'll be right back.
Keep to a snack
Of course.
or get yourself some peanut or there you go. Have a pecan. Mm.
Is pickles on the list?
Are they deals?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're not sweet.
Yeah.
One pickle at a time. They're too tower otherwise.
They're very good.
Hmm?
Yeah, and you can have nuts, pecans.
I don't like pecans.
You don't? How come? Just don't. What time does this finish?
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, because my hips are starting to go high.
Well, you don't have to finish.
Yeah, I probably can't.
Okay. Won't you bow out? I don't think our deaf client is watching.
Yeah, okay. Whew.
All right, babe. I removed you. Hold on. I can't hear you. Say it again.
I know that tomorrow I have at 12 o'clock, I have to go to the food bank and pick up some stuff. I really do.
All right.
All
I'll
right.
call you later.
All right.
Thank you very much, love.
All righty. If anything spectacular happens, give me a call later. Let me know.
I will. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes,
All right. Okie dokie. I guess it's me now. Woohoo. We'll do this. All right. How shall we return? Right. Graphic stuff? Is that how you say it? Welcome. Sorry, I had to step out for a minute, but we're waiting for the live. Sorry, had to have something. I'm eating pickle. Mm. Okay. Excuse me very much. I want to introduce myself to y'all who are new to me. I am AdaKay. I am like your alternate juror. And I try my best not to know anything about the cases or very little before I watch them because I want to have the viewpoint from a juror's perspective. But I did watch the Hannah Gutierrez retrial. Therefore, I know more than I probably should right now. And that is unfortunate to a point, but I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. Corner. So we, sorry, I'm having to do something behind scenes real quick. Everybody's busy today, so I'm hanging by myself now. But we have started this channel, or I did, and it was 3 months ago, going on 4 months ago. Can't believe that long. And the first big trial we did the last day of the Hannah Gutierrez read. Then I did the George Kelly. I did the, what's the mother and father with the son that ended life of students? I did a little bit of him, but this biggest trial I've done so far is the Karen Reed. And it has been a fabulous experience. I've got some great mods. I've gotten acquainted with my computer and technology. So it's been good. Made some friends along the way. It's been awesome. Awesome. So it's been a blessing to do this. Wow, peanut butter on saltines. Yeah, I'm just burnt out on peanut butter. Actually, I'm burnt out on that. But after watching the trial, to me, this seems awfully quiet, laid back, no drama, other than a ton of objections from the prosecution. I don't think we've yet had one from the defense. So that just kind of blows my mind. I knew she was going to be spicy. I knew the DA was going to be a little bit spicy on this, but I mean, come on, 3 objections in opening statements. I know it sounded like he was arguing, like closing arguments, but still. And let's see, some people are upset over the situation with him bringing his child, but he's with the nanny, the baby is. Okay, the other thing is that we had breaking news during the trial this morning that a 4th juror from the Karen Reed trial has come forward, and they have stated the same thing as 1, 2, and 3, or A, B, and C, that they did come to an agreement of not guilty on the first and third charges. They were hung on the second, and they were very displeased and remiss that the judge did not in any way, shape, or form give that information to anybody. She just declared the mistrial. You're done. Out. Bye. So that is a huge issue because they did have verdicts on counts 1 and 3, but they didn't have a verdict on count 2. Just like David Swift's case, and the case with George Eliot. I mean, George Kelly, not George Eliot. So, I got a kitty in here. Is Kitty going to be a good girl, or is she going to start ripping and tearing everything up? So, the issue here is the Karen Reed's attorneys have filed yet another motion to dismiss charges 1 and 3. And so I think that this is going to be something that will probably be discussed on the 22nd. So we've got 12 days till that happens. But I would be shocked if they did not dismiss charges 1 and 3 on Hannah Good. Oh, no, you didn't. You did. You little stinker. Little stinker. Let's see if that did it. No. You can hear me, but you can't see me. This ticks me off. I thought I had this fixed. Okie dokie. I'm having a rough day. Miss Andrea Hills, are you in the background? Oh, thank God. Okay. So I need to get rid of everything, guys, and pull it up again. I'm so sorry. Settings, cam. Where's my. Okay. Okay. Yay! I'm back. Oh, thank God. Thank goodness. That just scared the bejeebies out of me. But I do have my extra camera popping up. I had to stage. Yay! I'm back in the saddle again. And I can't wait till court resumes. Or it's lonely out over here. Yeah, this has been a real fun day. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having to get everything redone. I apologize. Wow. Wow. Okay. So I'm back in the saddle again. Sorry to do that. Oh, my little girl is being perfect over at her. She's having a play date. My beautiful dog. My beautiful dog. I gotta zoom in. Mm, mm, mm. There we go. I think that'll do it. So anyway, as I was saying, that there's just a lot of evidence that's not coming into this trial. But once again, one of the most important things that I heard in opening statements was Alec Baldwin is behaving as an actor, not in a position of a producer. So at that point in time, the producer part should not be brought into trial because he was not in that position. He was not behaving in that position, and the defense won. The defense also won in keeping out some of the video where it shows Alec Baldwin being in a more aggravated and rushed state, to say it politely, where he was rushing his for everybody to get reset in a very fast way because he was ready to go again. So, yeah, that is. So that's not going to be shown. And then what was the other win that they had? They've had several wins. And I know the prosecution is feeling very much irritated in the fact that they are not allowed to bring up some of this information. So if you have not liked or subscribed, please do so. We are coming back in. I can remove myself. I'll put myself here. Please like and subscribe. I'm trying to get to my 2,000th person. And don't forget, everybody that subscribes in this week, every week I give away a tumbler. I'm giving away a tumbler again. Oh, yay. Okay, they're back in. Do I have audio? Nope, not yet. But we shall. Okay, here we go. Is this his child? A daughter, maybe? I'm trying to figure out who these women are. I do not know. Do you like that view or that?
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Might be seated, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Lujan. Would you
afternoon.
please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Deputy Joseph Lujan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a patrol division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Sorry, guys, I didn't get some pertinent information.
Gurney hospital bed type of thing in the upright position. So in St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
What you were assigned to do?
I'm
that-
sorry, guys, I'm trying to get the
And
thing.
what are your duties?
I'm currently assigned to the Court Services. Deputy Joseph Lujan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Okay,
Would you
Sheriff,
pull that
sorry.
microphone a little bit closer to you, sir. Thank you. How are you employed?
That helps.
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
I'm currently assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a patrol division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that investigation?
Deputy or Sheriff's Office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavides advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or you went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2:00.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I arrived to the emergency room.
And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at the one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on or laying on like a gurney hospital bed type thing in the upright position. He had an approximate half-inch hole to, I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve that projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it. I gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Pop. I can't pronounce her last
Popple?
name. Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you on?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
Thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, and that was it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so, at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts.
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
Good
Never,
for you.
in describing the preliminary facts to you, ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct? Correct. No further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
That was easy. Come on, get some spice.
It calls
Come
Marissa
on,
Popple.
wake us up. I have some good news to share with you guys after this trial's over for the day. I got some good news for another case. Not Karen Reed. Wish it was. Who is the next person? Potion. I remember her.
Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
You've been here before. You know
Good
what to do.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Popple,
Would you spell your last name?
Poppell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Where was that?
With the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in Florida?
4 years.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence.
She has
I
the
collect
cool
the
job.
evidence, and then I package it at our office.
Sort of. Not always cool, but I think that's cool.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
And tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea.
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes they are sent to private labs, or sometimes they are sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so it's nice to be able to have them in the backyard so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Popple, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
And can you give us an idea of, so you indicated that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then if additional photographs are needed, then those items could be laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs of some of those same items back at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Someone quit
What's the
breathing on the
point
mic.
to that?
If there are areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions. Areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, and I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
Other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to, just to kind of give them an overview before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby, and then at an even later date, asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo? Let's maybe start that way. And the office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
Really?
And that's in Albuquerque?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Did
guys.
you
I'm ready to spice this up.
search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
No.
On the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust. Did you
Oh,
take
don't
that
follow
photograph?
Saul.
Yes, I
Don't
did.
do it, Baldwin.
And
Don't do
why
it.
did you take
Don't
that
do it.
photograph?
This photograph is of the prop truck that was at our initial scene.
Did you say, is this a truck?
Or I apologize, a prop cart at our initial scene.
Do
Gotta
you
get the
know
words right.
what a prop cart is used for on the movie set?
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props on it.
Do you know whether or not those props included real guns?
I do not.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall, did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial real firearm that you took, where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence? He's got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Popple, this is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence. So if you would open it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And what did you do with it?
I photographed this item and then collected it, took it back to my office where it was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit it to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
Believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
DNA, you said latent prints?
Yes.
For those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints leave behind oils and waters on surfaces, which are then referred to as latent, meaning invisible. So we have your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other analysis that you asked the FBI?
The firearms functioning test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform a firearms functioning test?
We wanted to make sure that the firearm was in proper working order.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I would say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No, a formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had a agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who was that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you get the items back?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got these items back?
I do not.
Okay. Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to move it into evidence.
Pretty sure it has been admitted into evidence. It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
No objection.
You may publish.
When you sent this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you receive it back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its condition changed?
Yes.
Describe just generally when you opened the box.
Oh, please.
What had changed about its condition?
Killing me.
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay, and may I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
Yes.
I think that maybe what I'd like to do is have it moved to the elbow. Can I move it, or does someone else have to do that?
You want to get the package?
Let's open it and set it right there so that the jury can see what we've been looking at and talking about as best we can. Thank you, sir. And just to be clear, this is the same firearm that you collected from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit?
Yes.
And is this generally the condition that it was in when you received it back from the FBI?
Yes.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal broken pieces in the plastic bag.
Okay.
Yeah, because they broke the
But
gun.
other than those broken
Boom.
pieces, was the
Pea shooter.
firearm in generally the
Lead
same
shooter.
condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I got to remember,
And
it's a
does this stay at the
challenge.
courthouse overnight?
There's a list of thousands of words
If you want.
that are either can't say or risky to
Okay,
say.
great, thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart, did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what What's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts with ammunition, earplugs, candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, just a multitude of items.
Did that cart, did those items appear to be in any discernible order?
No.
Was there loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
It was then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit and project that projectile. The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all three of those distinguishing characteristics?
No, it could have 2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically that were dummy rounds, I think we have 50. I might be mistaken about that. I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact number of dummy rounds that we have.
And let me just ask you this: you talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No, because then the ball bearings would fall out.
Okay. So do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Okay. And did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Did you also collect any other kind of ammunition from the movie set? Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile head on the top. So it has a crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the barrel of the gun.
And when you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Yes.
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that, when shaken, did not make the rattle noise, and they all had a silver in color primer at the end instead of a brass colored primer.
And did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
And did those have a hole in the side?
No.
You indicated that you had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
My suspicion was that they were live rounds.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a live round is used in a firearm, the casing is what was encasing that round. So in a regular firearm, it is what would be ejected out of it, out the side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm, and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent casings from the scene?
Yes.
How many did you collect from the initial scene?
1.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top here, where it has no projectile head on the end. And then there was another round next to it.
Let me move this. As you sit here today, do you recall whether that round was the one that we're looking at that appears intact? Was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay. So in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other items of evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
And let me also ask you, and let me show you, if I have it here, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit.
So let's talk about exactly.
Okay, if you pay attention, there's a little letter right there where my pointer is. Pay attention. This comes into play later.
Exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box and a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC.
Yeah, let's publish it. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any objection to the exhibits that I showed you previously?
I certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 22, and ask for permission to publish.
All right. Hearing no objection, page 22 will be admitted to be published.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
And what is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster.
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would like to show you what has been previously marked as, give me just one moment. I think it's 12 and 13. Mr. Spyro, do you need to go through these with me?
If you just show me the picture quickly, I'm sure I have no objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to unplug, or do you?
Oh, no, I can pull another cell.
Okay,
I'll look at this one quickly.
well, but it's gonna come up on the screen, so I don't
When it
wanna
comes up,
publish
I'll
it.
look at it and then I'm sure it's-
No, but as soon as I move it, it's gonna come up on all the screens. Okay. Here, let's do it that way.
I have no objection to exhibits 12 and 13. Thank you.
And how about let's do 15 and 16,
No objections to 15 and 16.
17,
No objection.
18,
No objection. I'm happy to stipulate that whatever this investigator Popple recovered at the scene.
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
hang on, there's a little bit more than that. It's 19, 20, 21.
This
26,
is
27,
killing me.
28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on the screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue. The only one.
I just want to get the numbers. This becomes a problem later.
23's already in evidence.
I'm going to mute because we had some breaking news, and I'd rather just tell you about it than to listen to them argue over the freaking documents. Okay. The George Kelly, Arizona rancher defense situation. Arizona judge on Tuesday dismissed the case against the rancher George Allen Kelly. He goes by Allen, who was charged with ending the life of someone after shooting a Mexican national on the border property. I've gone long enough. He's basically, I covered that trial. The decision the judge cited was a lack of physical evidence and witnesses, despite the fact that the incident occurred more than a year ago. The bullet that allegedly ended the life of Ramirez was never located. The judge also questioned whether the only witness named in this case would be able to come back again. He may not be around for another trial. Ramirez testified against him. Prosecutors have said that jurors' opinions about the border may have impacted their decision making, but Flink said it's only speculation. So he has been acquitted, released, and the case is dismissed without prejudice. Justice, I can't say that. So, in other words, he's a free man. He's acquitted. Yay.
You're tracking me as well, right?
Me?
Yeah. Okay, so what we don't have, 14 has been admitted, so 15.
This is awesome. awesome news.
through 21. 22 was just admitted. We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving for the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just. All right, we don't have 25. We do have 26.
Right.
So did
Okay.
you want, so you said, what
We-
about
we-
25?
Yes, I will be moving for the admission of 25.
Okay, and then 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Correct.
Okay, so on the record, the court is going to admit 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Andrielle, you're here.
I think the court might remember the
Didn't know
31,
anybody was
32,
here.
33,
I
they're
thought
not-
everybody was gone.
All right, well, let's
I cannot
let's not confuse me at the
clear your
late
thing
days, so
from
I'm just going to
StreamYard.
write
If you're
down what's
still
been
here,
admitted.
that's great.
And then we will go
If
from
you
there.
leave, I need you to take it down. But I'm so excited for
Okay.
him. That poor old man
This
didn't do
looks
it.
to be a real
We all
mess
know it.
loader. So 15,
The one who probably did it was the man who testified against it. This
we've
poor
got
old man.
15. Sorry to slow
So,
us down.
hallelujah. George Kelly,
19,
I hope you can
20,
live what's left of
21,
your life in peace.
23,
And I hope that you guys
25,
make a wise decision on what to do with your ranch.
29,
Because I guarantee
30.
it, it's not
And you're
going to be
objecting to
something
31,
comfortable for
32,
him.
33.
Yes, you're right.
Everybody knows everybody's around.
And I believe the court reserved ruling on it. We can take it up in the morning if you want.
All right, so let's just go with what we've admitted. You may publish.
Okay, and I apologize. I will move also for the admission of 23. Where I was looking at there is different than the actual 23.
Oh
Any
my
objection?
gosh, woman, you should have had this.
No, you said you needed
Pretrial.
23. You said 24 you didn't want to
I did,
publish.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Let's do it that way.
Oh my, you were more prepared for Hannah Gutierrez. You really were. Really, really was. I know, Anne. Everybody's falling asleep on this one. That's my third cup of coffee to stay awake. I'm right here. I'm just mute. I'll be back.
Okay. Ready? Not yet? Okay. Do you want to approach?
What's this? Court's 4? This is court's 4. Court's 4.
Ms. Popple, I'm going to show you what has been marked, and I think these are all stipulated too, so we've just moved these into evidence. I think we're just collectively moving them into evidence, and I can go
Yeah.
through them now. Okay, States Exhibit 15. Ms. Popple, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
This is a close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Yes.
And I see, how many silver primers do you see there?
There are 2.
And which one did you suspect was a lag round?
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This one here?
Yes.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer, when you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
Do you know who provided that dummy round to the set of Rust?
I do not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other, a gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you point us to the suspected live round that you testified to inside that box?
Yes, it's the round on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, they did.
You took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any of the ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile.
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make a sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these 2 rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the 2 rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom. And I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm making faces back here. The hole means dummy. It's the ones they put in the belts and in the lead shooters that nobody discharges. That is a dummy.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
Live silver primers.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna
This
show
is
you
where it
what's
gets
been marked as
interesting, y'all. Wake up.
28. Is that the spent casing?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the
Spent
bottom
casing.
of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area
It's spent because
that
it has a
firing pin
dent.
of the gun strikes, are you referring to this silver right here?
Yes, I am.
And do you know what that little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you ultimately conducted a search of the prop truck, did you collect additional ammunition?
Yes.
And was there any live ammunition found in the prop truck?
No.
Or any suspected live ammunition, rather? No?
No.
So what kind of ammunition did you take out of the prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
Do you remember approximately how many?
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And where was that located?
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
And when you say
Mhm.
on the prop truck, because
Okay, let me answer this question. It's a good one. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, here's the thing. I know nothing about this stuff. Will you get in trouble if you use certain words? Yes. I can get demonetized because some advertising agencies do not want certain words being used and being connected with them. So I use lead shooter instead of, I use lead as much as possible instead of, we can't say certain words like, but we can say end of life, wrongfully life ending injuries, things like that. We can say self-inflicted, but yeah. There's certain, and see you next Tuesday is an automatic demonetization. And this woman says it with a certain witness in the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Thank God I wasn't monetized then. But yes, there are a list of words. If you type them in the chat, I can get demonetized. So I have put a block on a lot of words, but things do get through. I just got monetized. I just got to where I can collect super chats and be able to have memberships. My memberships, we are working on that right now. We just got to get the thumbnails. Otherwise, we are good. We're going to have 4 levels of memberships. So, and you get different things with each one, including a members only live, which is awesome because guess what? Members only lives, I don't have to worry about demonetization. So what is said and done is up to me. All right, back to trial. Guys, this is when it gets a little interesting.
We weren't
Wake
there.
up.
Can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck. So almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
You,
So you found this
That
inside
kind.
that prop truck?
One
in
that
back, is
you-
right?
Yes.
haul yourself. Truck.
Did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds? I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds.
There was one round that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I don't know why he's falling
And
asleep.
what is that, and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the
Seriously?
rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
People are giving him a hard time because he's dozing. He's got 7 children, I think under the age of 12. He's got a baby at home, and he's going through this. That guy probably isn't getting any sleep.
The dummy rounds
Nanny
found
or
on
not.
set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you
They
mean that kind
antiqued
of
them
brown
so
color,
they
that
fit
sort of
into
antique
the
color
scene.
on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin's bandolier?
Yes.
Let's just jump back for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Just for completeness, can you tell
He's
us what
got
that is?
squinty eyes.
Yes, this is
so
a close-up
he's looking
of
at the
the
computer.
jacket and holster that were found on the bench inside of the church.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And
Ugh.
how did you get that?
And it's in that
I
decent condition?
responded to the hospital and received
After
it
going
from
through 2
Deputy
people?
Lujan.
Wow.
And when you took it from Deputy Lujan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic
Evidence bag.
cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21, can you tell us what that is?
This is the interior of the church.
State's Exhibit 24, did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
This was after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Is this the condition the firearm was in when you recovered it from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here.
Guys, while she's doing that, I'm going to say our interpreter isn't here right now because our hips really started hurting. But if y'all want to bless her, some of you have asked about that. I put it up here. You can buy the interpreter a cup of coffee. That would be greatly appreciated. I already have coffee. This is my sponsorship. So if you would be so kind and love on her for the hard work that she's done and will continue to do, that would be so sweet of you.
State's Exhibit 20, the decision about which items of evidence were going to be analyzed at the FBI.
Yes.
And let's go through the items of evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis. Uh, State's Exhibit 24, we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you, I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drop test that was
Okay.
requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay. And did you send some of the boxes of ammunition to the FBI?
Yes.
Why?
We sent all of the suspected rounds, suspected live rounds, to determine if they were in fact live rounds. One additional round was sent that did not make a sound to determine whether or not it was a dummy round. And I believe that in the case of the box that was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Okay. And when you're talking about the box, are you talking about the box that we saw earlier that said 45 long Colt dummies with a JS in the middle?
Yes.
And what kind of analysis did you want done on the box? Did it have anything to do with the box itself?
We wanted latent prints completed on the box itself.
Okay. And is it customary, if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that the sheriff's department swabs items of evidence for DNA?
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made. We wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
And in terms of, sounded like you did another search. You did a search of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the sheriff's department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set, that we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds. And to determine that, we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
And was Mr. Kenny there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did you find live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kinney's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And did you get the results back?
Yes.
And if you would, I see that you've got a box with you.
Yes, I do.
Can you pull that box out for us?
See, part of the argument is that the live round came from Seth Kinney
The
when he supplied the rounds to Hannah.
May I approach?
How is that Baldwin's responsibility?
In your box.
I mean, I understand somebody charging maybe because he fired the lead shooter, but what I don't understand is why is he getting the exact same charge as to the woman whose job was to make sure there was not anything live on the set, and it was her responsibility and the assistant director's responsibility as the backup check to make sure that everything was safe. Once again, I'm devil's advocate on each side. But this really irritates me. If I'm a juror sitting here, I'd be thinking, you're proving to me why it is not his responsibility.
I am going to mark as State's Exhibit 30.
I do know that there is a lawsuit that either was or has been settled.
I think because it's in the box, I don't have a.
Do you want to come up here and have a look?
Sure. Searches in this case.
No objection to 34.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 34, and I would ask you to tell us what we're looking at here.
So this this is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the FBI. Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this container here?
Yes.
For all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence States Exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know, because I've examined this.
The date of what?
When she received them back, or the date around,
I think
approximately even is fine.
Do you know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back at the office, but I don't have it on me at the moment.
Can you give us an estimate? Was it a month? Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you also say 39 or just end at 38?
I ended at 38, but there will be a 39. You said they all look the same, right?
Yes.
Is that true also of the powder in the little container?
Yes.
It all appears to be the same.
Correct.
And I'm showing you, sorry, I keep throwing them down, 35, 36, here's 37, here's 38. The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of this same condition, disassembled?
Yes.
And-
Are you able to zoom out a little?
Oh. Here. Is the glare, would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38.
Yes. For the record, these have all been admitted and published.
Yes, they all returned in such a condition.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ, did I ask you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as State's Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what is that?
This is the spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay. Is there anything else that you did in this case, generally?
In general terms, I was also asked to collect DNA standards, fingerprint standards from various parties so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
I collected them from David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, and I believe Lieutenant Benavidez as well.
Did you, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not a DNA standard from Mr. Baldwin was collected?
It was collected by another agency.
Okay. Bear with me.
Thank you. We love you. She will love
When
you.
you took the firearm out of Mr. Benavidez's patrol unit, did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
And not that I was able to see.
And let me go back to State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at there?
This is the interior of the church after I've laid down evidence markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in a scene, or where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the evidence that we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
It is in the evidence vault at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
So if anyone wants you to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
You should have already. Why haven't you? It's a lot of evidence.
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
They don't have a room big enough for it all.
I think we're gonna end for the day so that you all can get your exhibits together for. Okay.
Snap, the judge said.
Sorry, I thought I looked and said get the right name. Okay, thank you. Jury, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at anything about the trial, anything about the subject matter, either on TV, Googling, research, whatever, news accounts, what the caution I've told you, okay? At 8:30, according to Steve Bing, have a good evening. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
Well, will she actually start on time? We've got 25 objections for the prosecution, 0 for the defense. They're going to have to talk to him about keeping his energy up because his falling asleep isn't a good thing.
All right, you may be seated. Is there anything we need to put on the record before we recess?
Just 2 quick things from the defense. First is, I just want to confirm who's testifying tomorrow.
That woman looks sick in the back.
The order that I haven't seen.
It's in blue, Your Honor. I haven't seen it if you've been here.
Yeah, okay. Well, I thought that's what was agreed to. Order of witnesses.
It absolutely was. I just wanted to confirm as we're running out. Everybody's checking that nothing's changed.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
If I could just beg the court's indulgence to quickly look at Exhibit 6, which I wasn't able to see when they opened it, the firearm.
Exhibit sticks?
Firearm.
Oh, 6.
That's just not all I was.
Where is it?
Yeah, that's okay.
Is it here?
It's not here.
No, Martine
Oh, you took it
took it
back.
to save it.
Never mind.
You can, I could ask Corporal War, if
It's okay.
Deputy
All right,
Apodaca. I don't have my glasses on. Are you sure?
I was trying to catch it, but it's okay. I'll see
Okay.
it.
I'm happy to call him up. I can get it.
Worked hard enough today. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Ms. Morrissey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, have a good evening. Thank you.
Let's watch the court. I like to watch. You see a lot of interesting things. Wow. Well, they're his brother right there. Let's see if they have any other thing that they catch. Okay, guys. Recap. The first witness on the stand, I thought was boring as heck. It was, we had our opening statements. I really felt these were some of the best opening statements I have personally seen in a while in a case like this. Honestly, I was really surprised how good they were. Or maybe I want to do that one. Yeah, how good they were. So that was awesome. In the sense, it was very clear, easy to follow. You understand each side's point of view. And then, that was a prosecution, and then we got on with the defense. And oh my gosh, y'all, prosecution sat there and objected 3 times in the opening statement. I'm like, really? That's ridiculous. Then we had the first witness, which was opening, defendant, blank, statement break. Nicholas LaForce. How he's a sheriff deputy is beyond me. He seems like he's got some short brain cells, but he was first on scene. He really was not a good witness for anything. I would think you'd want to start off your prosecution with a witness that's going to keep us awake and is going to be on their toes. And he seems so freaking confused. Then we had Lieutenant Tioto, something Timoteo, I don't know. Benavides. He was about 20 to 25 minutes away. He was the one that arrived and also had a camera on his lapel. He nor the Lafleurs did not keep the people from talking, even though they stated, "Oh, we told him we can't talk." Yeah, yeah, I didn't hear it. We watched your footage. Didn't recall seeing that. They were discussing the lapel cameras. Sometimes the chest is pointing this way, but the head is turned that way. So he says he had one of the prop people, or no, the guy that brought it over, I think was the actual director, bring over the prop cart to him because he couldn't leave the area he was in, but he needed the prop cart. And he brings it over. Hello. So, yeah, I don't have much confidence in any of these people any more than I do with the
Hello.
can't be. Hello, Braxton.
I can't stay for long, but I thought I'd jump on.
Oh, that's okay. I'm getting ready to get off.
So, give me a summary of what happened today.
That's what I'm
Someone who
doing.
was paying attention.
Well, the first witness, LaForce, I would think that they would want to bring a strong witness to the forefront.
Yeah.
And he was like, he looked like a rookie just out of school.
Oh, yeah.
And then we had Benavides, and he was talking about the cameras. He's the one that had the cart brought to him, and I think the guy that brought it to him was one of the directors. There was rounds on the cart. He just testified to the cart. His job was to protect and collect evidence. A lot of people with Hannah's case kind of got an uproar because he put the gun. Oh, I've been on long enough, but the lead shooter. He put the lead shooter on the front seat passenger side and shut and locked the door. I don't have a problem with that because he is putting it in a place that's not accessible to anybody but him. And then he put Hannah in the back of his car to cool down because she was hysterical. She was not under arrest. So we heard from him. And then now we're on Marissa Papel, who is the crime scene investigator. And I think she's the best witness in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. And I think as far as police is concerned, but they are discussing the difference between dummy round blank rounds and the 5 live rounds. Although I don't think the prosecution is putting a whole lot of energy into explaining this like they did in the Hannah Reed trial.
No.
In the Hannah trial, they spent a lot of time explaining the difference. So the way I tell people, the dummy round looks like a real round, does not have any powder in it, but it does have the lead. And there's a hole drilled in the side of it, so it can't go pew. The one that is the dummy round, and what's the other word? Blank. I'm pulling a blank on a blank. The blank is the one that just has powder in it, but the end of the cartridge is crimped. And if you shake it, you can hear it. So, anyway, well, guys, I have got to run. I have somebody that just helped up front. Give me a quick second. Okay.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
I really do have to go. But with that,
I do as well.
Well, you have a great day. Tomorrow, I hope, will be a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
In the meantime, thanks for joining me, everybody, including you, love. We'll talk later. Y'all, I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Bye.